Hello guys, can you hear me? Hold on a second. Let me just finish setting this up. Sorry, I don't stream all the time. So I'm still trying to figure out some of this stuff. Alright, so can you guys hear me? What's going on? How you guys doing? I hope everybody's doing well. Everyone is holed up right now. And I understand that it can get a little boring. But, you know, think of it this way, at least we're safe. We're taking care of ourselves, we're taking care of our families. And it's the right thing to do. Also, you know, it's always a good time to start a new hobby or, you know, do something you've been meaning to do, but you've been telling yourself there's no time to do it. Well, right now you got no excuse. Go ahead and try something new or cook something new. Read a book you've never read before. You know, there's always a silver lining. Alright, so let's get to the business. Today I thought we'd be remixing something that I've never done before. And it's kind of on theme with the whole thing that's going on. It's a fever theme from Dr. Mario. So I thought I would make my own version of it. I'm not super familiar with the theme, so I'm going to be listening to it, and I will be first transcribing it into FL Studio, into MIDI, and then we'll go from there. So excuse me if I go quiet for a little bit. It may happen once in a while, and that will probably mean I'm focusing on what I'm doing, so don't mind that too much. Hello, Mr. Nobody. Thank you so much for the contribution. That's very kind of you. Of course, I will encourage everybody else to, if you like what you see here today, if it entertains you, feel free to send a contribution if you feel like it, because everybody knows that these are rough times for many musicians, including me. So yeah, I'm always thankful. Anyway, let's get going. Let me load up my contact over here. And this is pretty much all we're going to be using for this project, I believe. So I'm going to start with a piano, just as a random sound, just to get it going. And I have a reference track that I downloaded off of YouTube just for the purpose of reference. So let's listen to what I have. Y'all are familiar with this theme, I'm pretty sure. So Zeno is saying trap remix when? That's actually a pretty good idea. I'm not gonna say trap per se, maybe we're gonna take some liberties and deviate from that style a little bit, but we could definitely do something in that vein. That's a pretty good idea, because I'm doing this completely lost right now. I have no idea what kind of remix I'm gonna make. This is not prepared at all. So maybe you guys can you know, see behind the curtain and understand the process behind this a little bit, or behind the way that I do it. Quick disclaimer, the way I do things isn't always the most practical way there is in the world. I'm sure that many of you know techniques on FL Studio that I don't, or you use other stuff that I don't use, but I don't claim to be the best. I don't claim to be the best at using FL Studio, but I use it my way, and hopefully you guys can extract something from it. Who knows? Okay, anyway. What's going on here? Let's start this. Let's start transcribing. Alright, so that repeats. Guys, allow me just a moment. Somebody's calling me. Alô, eu não posso falar neste momento. Ok? Estou numa... Agora estou a fazer um live stream, não posso falar, tá bem? Vai lá, beijo, tchau. That was Portuguese, if you're wondering. Alright, here we go. Alright, we got that part down. Yeah, português, de Portugal. Sou português. I'm from Portugal. I was born and raised over there. And I came to the States when I was 15. This was back in 2002. I like this. Huh? I get a little bit creative because I'm punching this stuff in. Since I don't have to play it myself, I can do whatever I please. That's the beautiful thing about programming music, is that you have basically no limitations whatsoever. One thing I always do to keep it a little bit more organic is to just randomly, not really randomly, but change up some of the note velocities in note positioning. All right, moving on. Okay. I'm gonna create a new pattern here. Okay, cool. I'm gonna call this verse 1. Chat Studios. Thank you for the contribution. I'm not gonna drop anything anywhere because the soundtrack obviously is a property of Sega. So they call the shots when it comes to that. Put my piano roll here. This to be a little bit shorter. Duplicate this and knock it down. MicroXG is asking, am I late to this stream? No, sir. You were never late to this stream. Alright, let's add some chords in. Fart at the end. Hello Niels, hope you are safe. Incredible talent. I'm so thankful for your incredible work in Sonic Mania. Do you plan to remix some other Sonic and Knuckles songs outside of Sonic Mania? Thank you, love from France. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. There are no plans that I should announce about that. I don't think there's any plans for that, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future. We'll see. For me, it's always a pleasure to, you know, remix anything Sonic. Everybody knows, but ultimately, it's not only up to me. Also, I hope you're safe too, and I hope everyone's safe at home, and I hope you're abiding by the recommendations of CDC. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this same pattern. I'm gonna make it unique, and I'm gonna erase this part, This. Let's make this escalate a little bit more to simulate some emotion here. See how it goes, like it's a little more. There's a lot more emotion put into it, so you know, when you listen to it, it makes you feel a certain way. This for now. Actually gonna press Ctrl G and fuse these two together. So that's like my first part of the first verse, if you want to call it that. Oh, did I get that wrong? Oh, I did. No problem. I'll just bring this over here and patch it up. That's correct. Continuing. Okay, so that's like a glitchy part right there. Should I do that? Maybe I should. Why not? You got all the time in the world, right? Okay, so I'm gonna make this unique. I'm gonna erase all these notes. And we're gonna pay very close attention to that section right there. Make this unique right here so I can stretch it. I'm gonna make it like half as fast or twice as slow. I'm gonna set it to stretch right here, and here we go. It's a tough one. We're gonna try anyway. I'm gonna call it crazy part, because this part is crazy. Let's see. See if I can fit everything over here. part right now. I think I got it. Niels, thank you so much for your contribution, my friend. That is a very tough question. I really enjoyed working on all of them, obviously. It's a soundtrack that gave me a lot of joy to make. But I think Studiopolis probably has a special place in my heart because it was the first song that was released and the first song I composed for the game. So yeah, I think that's a fair answer to your question. Even though I like many of them, or you know, I had tremendous pleasure composing all of them, but just symbolically, Studiopolis, I would say, has a special place in my heart, like I said before. So all right, here we go. Alright, so now we're just gonna make this smaller. If you're wondering why I put this random note right here, it's as a guide. So I'm gonna take this whole thing now and just do this and align my guide note with this line right here. And now we got double speed. Let's see if this works. Yep. Even though I gotta do a little something here. Oh, I just noticed. Oh, wow. I have 49,200 subscribers on my channel. Oh, I thought it was less, to be honest. I haven't been too active on my YouTube channel for quite some time because I've been too busy to update it frequently. So it's surprising to see that number. It's pretty cool. Thank you, guys. And now it goes to dun 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 dun. Alright, so we're going to use verse 1 and modify it. Okay, get it right there. merge this. Yeah. So now what we're going to do is we're going to transpose this and save ourselves some work. I don't see why not. Easy peasy. Transpose it. I think that's what I heard. Is that what it is? No. Close. Yeah. Close enough. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so the notes change a little bit on this part. Okay. 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 All right. This probably should be another instrument though. I'm probably gonna change it over to a different instrument later, but for now, just, you know, I'm learning the melody as we go, so. Alright, so the bass continues. The bass continues over. Now I can use that on the same part. Gotta duplicate it over there. Okay, so we have that part down. All right. Dun, 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 dun. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to make this unique. I'm going to cut this part out. And I'm going to do the dun, 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 dun. Just keep this. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Dun, 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 dun. See, that saved me a lot of work right there because I already got this now. Yeah, now I just need to fuse this, finish it up. Alright, that's good for now at least. But you saw that saved me a lot of time, just reutilizing those parts that were already made from before and just repurpose them, chop them around, edit this or that. Whenever you can do it, you should do it, I think, because in the jungle, in the real world, you know, I want to save as much time as possible. Well, I'm saying this, but I'm remaking the whole thing. But here it's for the sake of entertainment. If you use a MIDI file that already exists, I don't see what the problem is with that either. I messed it up. Okay, so it starts there, I guess. I completely messed it up, didn't I? I did. All right. I see. Okay, I see what happened here now. Let's just cut this. Oh, okay, so these last chords. Okay, let's delete this. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is completely. happy ending. Everyone's happy. Cool. Alright, here's the cool part. Well, the whole song is cool, but this part especially cool, in my point of view. Back to the crazy part. Alright, so we're gonna separate that right there. I'm gonna make this unique so I can give it a different color. So I know that's the chorus, if you want to call it that. Who knows with video game music what is what? So let's call it chorus. Most important thing is that you know what you're doing. So name things for yourself, you know, whichever way is easier for you to remember while you're working. Make your own life easier. Alright, so I have a bunch of patterns here that I created, but many of them aren't being used anymore because they've been fused into a new pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, I'm going to click select and used. That there's a bunch of them, it's the majority, and I'm just going to delete the whole thing. There you go. Keep it clean as much as you can. So this is the chorus thing. I'm going to change the color too. Got the chorus pattern over here, and let's get to work. Half of the job is keeping things organized, because I learned the hard way. If you don't, after a certain point, it's just impossible to understand what's going on with your project. So that's very, very important. If you obtain anything from this video, please let that be the thing. Alright, so let's jot down these beautiful chords. Oh, what's going on here? Alright, so let's do some stuff here now. Let's select a few notes here and do this. My mouse is going a little nuts over here. Alright, so now okay. See, when you can play the piano, you could have done this in maybe 10 seconds. But I don't, so it takes me 10 minutes. Alright, that works for now. You can always go back and fix it up later. We're going to fuse this once again. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring this up a whole octave. Well, let me get the camera out of the way. Nobody needs to be seeing my face right now anyway. So, all right. So, let's find a way to bridge this. See, it's not as sudden right now. It has a little bit of a passage to it. There's a little bridge. It doesn't change suddenly. You know, it feels like it's a lot more connected. This first phrase with the second one with the octave up. Has a certain. All right. To change these. Okie dokie, that's looks fine to me. Just gonna chop this part out, chop it off because I don't need it there. Mr. Nobody, thank you so much once again. Okay, there you go. Let's listen to what we have so far. Again, what's happening here? This keeps happening. I don't know why. Alright, so we already have this part right here. Blake, I know this name. What's going on, Blake? Thank you so much for the contribution. That's very, very kind of you, and glad to see you here at the channel. At the stream, at the channel. Alright, so we already have this part back here somewhere. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so let's reuse it. Okay, so this part is pretty straightforward, I think. Just gonna call it final part, because why the hell not, right? I don't see a reason why. Why not? And I'm sure you don't either. Maxi the man is on the channel, is on the live. What's going on, Maxi? How you doing? Thank you again for the contribution, Mr. Niels. I like your name. I wonder where it's from. Maxi, how are you, man? Yeah, I hope we can collaborate one day. Why not? Quantize this right here. So it's just this repeating 4 times, I guess, right? And then a little bunch of notes. Sweden. Hello. Could these be the notes? Let's find out. And so they are. Then make unique once again. Oh, this is key. We basically already transcribed the song, which is probably the hardest part of a remix, or the least fun anyway, in my case. But you do learn a lot from it when you dissect the song. That's the thing. When you study a song, to remix it, when you're listening to the melody, when you're listening to the bass, like everything, every element separately inside of your head, you learn a lot about the essence of how these elements come together to form something coherent, to come together as one unit. that sounds good. It's very important to not just listen to music for entertainment, but also set your brain to that receptive mode that is analyzing music at the same time as you're listening to it. You know, you're listening, you're enjoying it, but oh wow, listen to that bass line, listen to that sound effect, listen to that mix or phrase, or you know, whatever it is. It does teach you a lot. It helped me a lot personally, because I didn't compose before. Well, I started by composing music when I was very, very young, maybe 10 or so. I had a little keyboard that I used to compose music, but I couldn't record it, so I had to I had to memorize whatever I had just composed, because I couldn't write music on a sheet. I couldn't really record it because I didn't have the means to. So whatever I was composing, I had to memorize it on that day, or it would be lost forever. So yeah, I started by composing, but many years later I started remixing songs. As you guys know, my YouTube channel is full of remixes, and by remixing other people's music I also learned a lot. So I recommend that everybody does it. Anyone that wants to be a composer or an arranger. Alright, so let's tackle this beginning right here. For that I'm just going to use this final part, recycle it. I'm going to make it unique, rename it. Intro. I think intro is fine. Why not? Intro. Gotta go into it now and change the key. And there you have it. Okay, goes all the way. I feel like I had already done this, but who cares? And I had done something pretty cool. I probably erased that pattern by mistake. Well, it doesn't really matter. Chilius VGM, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you for your contribution. He says, hey T, I just want to give you a massive thanks, as you are one of my biggest inspirations, and I started doing more advanced stuff thanks to you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the contribution, of course, and thank you for the kind words. I'm very glad to inspire some of you. It's a really great thing, and one of the main reasons why I do what I do. And also one of the main joys that I get out of it, to be very honest. Okay, cool. So now we don't need the guide anymore, I don't think. I'm not gonna mute it. I'm gonna get it. Well, yeah, I could just mute it. I'm gonna use this little tool right here, and even though the tracks are here anyway, it's as if they were permanently muted until I go back and get them out of that state. Alejandro, muchas gracias. I'm assuming you speak Spanish here. Just looking at your name, but I might be completely wrong. Thank you so much for your contribution. And yeah, 10 years has it been? Well, time flies. I think it's been more than that, to be honest with you. I think it was 10 years last year. 2009, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, well. Right, this is what we have for now. Of course, after I add some other elements, I'm gonna go back and listen to the notes once again to see if I missed anything. I'm sure I missed a bunch of stuff because, like I said, I'm not very familiar with this track. But yeah, we're gonna go back later on and figure it out. No problem whatsoever. So if you see something is off, don't be too concerned about it. This happens. It's part of my process. I don't always rectify everything on the spot. I keep moving and add other stuff, and then I just go back and make smaller changes. Anyway, so let's do John Davis. What's up, man? Thank you so much. Tiago. Okay, he knows my real name. I hope you and your wife are staying safe during quarantine. Loving the music. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I hope you are staying safe too and following the guidelines. This is gonna be over soon, guys. Let's just hang on. Alright, so let's work on the rhythm now for a little bit. I want to pull up my splice application. Yes, and this is what I use. I pay a monthly subscription that gives me credits that I can then use to get certain samples online, and this is what I use most of the time, although I have other collections as well, but I really like to use this. If not, many times I just use my drum collections that I've acquired along many years. So let's see what we got here. So I'm thinking of the style. How am I going to make this? Because I want to make something different. I want to make something interesting here. Let me think. Okay, I think I got it. All right. So many people only add one instance of Contact and then load all of their libraries on that one instance. I sometimes do that, but not all the time. So, you know, the way I do it is not the most CPU friendly, probably. So, I don't advise you to do it. I'm doing it because I'm being lazy right now. Alright, so I'm going to use one of these libraries that I have available here from my complete collection. Maybe something from the 60s, I don't see why not. Kick. Yeah, this is an old school. It's an old school kit. Just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Alright, so I see by the original waveform that this part doesn't belong there. This little, whatever you call it. Can't think of the name right now. Yeah, I'm gonna catch other stuff along the way. No worries, my friends. Screw Stash! That's a cool name. What's poppin' to you? Loving the music. Keep up the amazing work and stay safe. Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution, my friend. And stay safe as well. Okay, so here I'm just gonna change the rhythm a little bit. Ah, it's too strong. Just gonna bring it down. All right. Chilius, don't kid with me because you might just get it. Thank you once again. Now this part. Probably gonna make it really unique, make unique, make unique. That's the trick. It's making stuff unique. That is always the secret. Make it unique. So this is a break. And now this part is gonna be all snare. Did I make it unique? I did. Okay. I'm gonna take all of those and bring it up to the snare note. Gonna use that little thing for now as a placeholder. That little break I made before. I don't need that part. Recycle. That part, this part needs some serious work. Okay, this is very easy, this part. Dun dun. Kind of sounds like a Dragon Ball song, Dragon Ball Z. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. If you watch the Japanese version, there's a song that's kind of like that. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but something like that. Alright, let's use this, make it unique once again. It's not using it anywhere else, which means I already did. No matter. Come on, this is this thing right here. Alright, we can use this part as a placeholder at least. Okay, so some people are asking the name of the piano. It's being loaded on Contact. Alexander, hey T, congratulations on your achievements so far, especially the ones at Sega. I want to ask, what are some of your favorite Sonic soundtracks that are not from Mania? For obvious reasons. Well, Mania wasn't fully composed by me. A lot of the tracks are remixes, as you know, from previous games. So, some of my favorite Sonic soundtracks that are not from Mania. You know, what is my absolute favorite? That's a very, very hard question, but there's one that definitely has a special place in my heart, which is the one by Yuzo Koshiro on the Master System version of Sonic the Hedgehog, which was the first one that I ever owned. So that one is, besides being a very, very good soundtrack, which I love, it also has a certain meaning to me. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the contribution. Sonic CD US or Japan? I like them both. I like them both. I think they're very different from each other. They have different vibes and they both shine in their own right. Alright, very cool. It sounds good to me right now. So I'm gonna merge these tracks right here. These 4 or 5 patterns in this case. These are not considered tracks, I don't think, right now. So anyway, Control G, bam. So now I have this whole part that I can work on, and I'm gonna start working on instrumentation right now. So I'm gonna keep some of this piano. What I'm gonna add right now is the bass. I'm gonna replace this with another contact 5 here. Where is it? 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 Here it is. I like this bass. So I'm gonna make a couple of changes first that I always make so that it sounds a certain way. And double date, I like this preset, it's very rich. Is this working? Let me see. Yeah, alright, cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the piano thing and I'm gonna get all the bass notes that I put here before. Perfect. Alright, so I'm going to copy these notes that I just selected and I'm going to go to this new contact 5, which is, I'm going to rename it right now so it's easier. This is my bass. I'm going to go into the piano roll of my bass right here and I'm going to paste. So now those MIDI notes are here on the bass. So what I need to do now is I need to go and edit them. Okay. Okay. So now There's a big difference. It makes a big difference, the length of the notes and where you place them. Very, very big difference. And obviously the velocity, which is what I'm editing right now. Is this the part? No, the wrong part. Alright, let's change this to bass. Right here. Man, I wish I could just deactivate one of my mouse's button is acting up over here. I don't know why. Oh, I don't want to log in. Come on. Okay, cool. So this none. Thank you very much. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was really bothering me, that mouse thing. I couldn't remember what the setting was either, so I was like, oh man, how the hell am I gonna change it? But I remembered it, so we're all good again. Alright, how this bass sound? Let's see how it sounds with the drums over here. Cool. Alright, I like that. Going back to this first verse. Yeah, guys, we gotta be here a while. If you think this is done in 1 hour or 2, it's not. Alright, so now maybe I want an electric piano here. And once again, I'm going to use, let me see, vintage keys. Vintage keys, is it? Yeah. Breakfast in New York. What is this one? My MIDI keyboard isn't working. I wonder why. Input master sync. Let me see real quick. MIDI keyboard. Where is MIDI? Right here. Innovation input. There you go. No? Enable. Okay, cool. We're in business. I'm gonna call it EP. And this is going to reinforce the medium lows of the song. A song is what? A bunch of instruments that come together, a bunch of pieces, and obviously they all need to fit in their respective space. Otherwise, they're going to conflict with each other. So what you want to do is make sure that when you're composing a song, you have your higher pitch sections, your mid pitch sections, your low end pitched sections such as the bass. You know, there has to be a balance of all of these elements, because for example, if you add too many elements to the song that contain especially low end a lot of low end, they're gonna conflict with each other. It's gonna make your song really muddy and very hard to understand. So, and bass does take up a lot of space, so that's something to take into consideration. So I'm not gonna go to these notes. I'm gonna go maybe an octave up. You notice the difference? It's subtle, but it's there. So I want to lower the overall velocity of these notes. So what I'm going to do is press Control A to select them all. And I'm sorry, Mac users, I don't use Mac, so I couldn't even tell you what that is on a Mac, because now they have FL Studio for Mac also. So what I'm going to do is select them all with Control A, and then I'm going to press Alt X. Alt X, and what that's going to do is it's going to open up the level scaling tool, which allows me to scale everything. Alright, this part doesn't belong here. So what I'm gonna do with this EP, this electric piano, so it's not so much on the way of everything else, is I'm gonna add it to the mixer over here. And let me open the mixer up. And I'm gonna add a stereo shaper. So now the stereo is more spread up. I'm going to add an EQ. This is the zone where the melody is happening, right here. So I'm going to cut a little bit of the frequencies right there, just so it's not in the way of the melody. And also, I don't need these really low frequencies because they're gonna interfere with the bass. So I'm just gonna do a low cut right here. This is all I need. And a little bit of the high frequencies up here, just so the instrument is a little bit more intelligible in the mix. Okay, cool. How does it sound with the rest of the music? For the bass, I'm also going to make some cuts over here. I'm going to cut a little bit of the high end and mids. This part right here, this area is the meat and potatoes of the bass. That's what you want to preserve at all costs right there. So now I'm going to add maybe a limiter. Where's my limiter? And compress the bass a little bit. And I'm going to set the threshold really low, really high rate, like really compressed. It's one of the instruments you don't really want it to drop off, as the bass needs to stay consistent in terms of volume throughout the whole song. A little bit of gain. Once again, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna change, transpose. But since this part is a little different, we gotta do some adjustments. Alright, so far so good. Alright, let's add some other cool stuff. Let's pull out the M1. You know you love the M1. No power of brass. Smart guys. Let's load up something like an electric guitar of sorts. Let's see what we got here. Electric, we got guitar, plug. Okay, I can do this. M1 guitar. So this is going to be more rhythmic than anything else. I want this little thingy over here. I'm going to copy it and paste it onto the new. Barely hear it. It adds a little something. This is layering. It's called layering. When you put a bunch of instruments doing exactly the same thing, you know, with different harmonics and different I'll basically rip different harmonics or different pitches. Copy this, paste it over here. Alright, we're gonna go here. Copy, paste it out to the thing again. It's a little bit too loud for my taste. Let's duplicate this right here. I'll take this part and absolutely easy now. That was a little too much. Perfect balance. Sim, senhor, falo português. We're gonna take this again and duplicate it once again and modulate it. I'll take out the parts that don't matter, that we're not gonna be using. I need this. Right here. Okay. Okay, now we need that right there. Maybe I prefer it this way. Nah. Never mind. Same story. No, actually, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate this guitar. One is going to go to one channel. I'm pressing Control L to assign it, to assign this instrument to a free channel on my mixer. I'm going to do the same for the duplicate. I'm going to copy the MIDI information, paste it onto this channel right here, and I'm going to come here and change the instrument. Basically, it's a copy of the other one, but we're just going to change the instruments. I'm going to go to the guitar. I'm going to go to electric. I'm going to use electric guitar 2 because it sounds slightly different. And what we're going to do is we're going to pan them to the sides. First of all, I'm just want to mute them. I'm going to mute them here because not every channel is assigned to the mixer yet. So if I try to do it in the mixer right now, it wouldn't do a thing. Okay, so these are both centered right now. We're going to pan it to the sides. Cool effect. So now I'm going to take these 2 channels over here in the mixer, and I'm going to route them to one channel only. I'm going to route to this track only, both of them. And I'm going to change the color of these 3 tracks to something else, random. And this 3rd track is going to be the M1 group. And so this channel is going to control the other 2 because, as you can see, they're routed to this channel, and this channel is routed to the master. So these 2 will do, this one will control these 2. Whatever effects I add to this one, or if I change the volume or whatever, these 2 channels will be affected because they're routing directly to this group. Alright, so what I'm going to do right now is just change the volume. I spotted a question. What do you think of the Mania remixers? I think they're amazing. I really encourage people to make music, to remix music, to to get creative. It's of course it's always wonderful for me to to see that people are reacting positively to the soundtrack of Mania. So as you can see, everything is more or less in harmony right now. You can listen to everything, even though everything is playing at the same time. If you pay attention, you can listen to every element individually, just because they sit well together. You hear the piano, you still hear both guitars, you hear the electric piano and the bass, but they're all playing at the same time. Alright, let's listen with the beat now. Okay, so there's things that the piano section doesn't need to have anymore, just because they're not doing much here. And I'm gonna get rid of them. They're actually just conflicting with the bass. I might even leave those lower notes. I'm just gonna kind of EQ them out a little bit. So, Okay. Oh, we don't need these frequencies right here because the bass is already doing this. Cut them out. Since we're going to be adding an additional melody on top of this, maybe a synth melody or something of the sort, I want to leave these frequencies over here open. And now we're gonna once again send the piano kind of to the sides because I want to create room for the lead synth that's yet to come. So right now this is what we have. All right, time to work on the chorus. Here we go. We're gonna start with a bass line. Maybe I'll try to use my MIDI keyboard this time around because this phrase is not too complicated. Then I'll just quantize it. All right, cool. Just need to change something here. All right, let's record these notes. Okay, that wasn't too bad for one shot. My phone is going insane here. And I don't know why. Anyway. This is probably one of my favorite parts to create in a song or remix is the bass line. For some reason I just really enjoy it. All right, let's add the other elements. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna copy this once again and paste. So I'm in the wrong note here. Right there. Yeah. Copy and paste, man. That's what it sounds like. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna split this guitar into two. I'm gonna take every second instance of the chord over here. Select this part. Oh, too much. Okay. Bring it over here. And give it a little strum. Yes, I know there are tools to do that. I use them sometimes, but it didn't feel necessary here. Add it here as well. Alright, so I'm going to start fusing up some of the clips here. And I'm going to go get me some coffee and y'all listen to what we have so far. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hello once again. Let me just wear my headphones. They fell on the floor before. My dear headphones. I'm gonna break them soon if I keep dropping them like this. Anyway. Okay. So part could use some strings, I feel, so why not? Let's do that. Some strings. Should I use this factory library? Nah, anything is fine because it's just a little detail. Temporary basis, jealous, silence. Ensemble. Ensemble is always easier, so I'm just gonna do. Yeah, okay, this is fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use these chords that I've already laid down for the guitar. Copy and this to strings. Not a very good color, just like green. Strings always remind me of greenery for some reason, so that's usually the color I go with. What's going on here? It's kind of crazy. Oh, I see. It must be the key switch. Yeah, legato. So we want it to be to be what? Accent maybe? Yeah, like I said before, anything goes right here. Doesn't really matter. And I'm gonna take all those notes from before and I'm gonna adjust them. My wife is cooking in the kitchen, so if you guys hear some noises, that's what it is. Some harmony. You know what? I decided I want to do the melody instead. Cool. All right, so we got the verse and we got the chorus already more or less finished over here. Let's bring it together. Now let's work on the intro, which is not gonna take us too long, I don't believe. I'm gonna take this and make it the bass as well. Where's my bass at? Where is my bass at? No, right here. Okay. You know what? I think I prefer that and just double. Yeah, that's way more playful, and it adds a certain, whatchamacallit, to the song. What am I gonna do here? Alright, so what I want to do here is use this instead. I'm going to put two together, combine them. Once again, come here, select and used. Keep it clean. The crazy part ain't so crazy no more. Okay, this works. Okay, I like this, but I want some hi-hats. Combine it? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna change this one a little bit. Already combined it before. Alright, I'm gonna combine these two. That's just gonna do it. Hope you like my drum solo. The ever important crash. It's so important to me. Maybe not to you. To me, it is, and I use it on everything. It's crazy. All right, I'm gonna make some changes here. Let's see if I can. I'm doubling it to give it a little more oomph. Oomph. All right, that works. Oh, little tom over there. See, it goes, it's not just playing its own thing, it goes with the melody. These drums want to go with the melody, and that's how you create harmony many times. See, it's like boom. To the piano. Is it the piano I want? Wrong pattern, however. Piano, here you go. Okay. All right. Again. Okay, so I'm gonna delete this right here. I'm gonna delete this right here. This section. And I'm gonna add the one I already made over here. Because it's the same. Okay, let's explore the final part. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this a little bit. Namely, the velocities. this second part, copy and paste. This part is crazier, so it has to be a little bit louder. And maybe 3 octaves if we can. Yep, perfect. Now we're gonna take the same thing, because this Alright, so now the right hand does this. Okay. Now, you know what? That's fine. Let's just... make, by contrast, let's make this first part a little more... a little more staccato. Okay, I like this contrast, keeps it interesting. Let's go to the bass. I cut the bass out for the most part here. Okay, I like this. I'm gonna again copy and paste the piano and paste it onto the electric piano and just subtract some of the elements I want to keep and just edit it in general. Here I'm gonna transpose it a fifth up. Could just copied and pasted it. I don't know why I did this. Alright, let's gradually get more and more legato. That was the wrong way to put it. Need to change these drums over here. Ha! Okay. Let's listen to it. Okay, let's see what we have. Just so you guys know, I listen to my music when I'm composing or when I'm remixing something. I listen to it thousands and thousands of times, time after time after time after time. My wife goes crazy. Well, she's used to it, but my neighbors probably go nuts downstairs. I sure hope not. Okay, here it goes from the beginning. Let's see. Or we still have to edit and then do those last changes and then just send it up all around. Let's go. I'm gonna let it play twice while I listen to it. All right, so this is what's going on. For verse 1, I am thinking a flute is gonna go very well as a lead. And I'm gonna find the flute right away. I'm gonna find that flute right away. Here in the Contact Factory libraries, it's like the library that comes with it. So there ought to be some decent stuff here, at least I hope so. Let's find out. Band or no, maybe not. Okay, I don't care. Let's go with M1 instead. I'm gonna replace this. Okay, yeah, it's cool. And let's find a lead that sounds a little bit like a flute. Perfect. Here it is. Go no further. I might add another one later on. So let's go to piano, and once again, let's get all these juicy notes over here, because there's no way I'm making all of this stuff again, as you already know. Add a copy, and okay, just let me call this lead first. Lead right here. Let's call it lead. I love it. I just don't love this delay. So I'm going to turn it off. This is perfect. I love this sound right here. And I'm going to use that. Let's get a delay right here. Little delay going. I like it. Sounds Super Nintendo-ish even, sort of. It's that kind of Super Nintendo N64. I don't know, it reminds me of something. Probably Super Nintendo. Okay, let's do something cool over here that I want to show you guys. Some of you make music. Maybe, I don't know if you're familiar with this system or not. I wasn't until not too long ago. So, I'm just gonna save this preset right here. Save preset is short delay. Now I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna add the patcher, and I'm gonna show you what this does. I'm gonna insert that same delay I had here before. Yeah. And then that is going to route into add plugin into an EQ, which I'm going to place right here, and then it finally goes back to the master. So what this does, well, let me, can I use the presets here? I can. Can? Yes, I can. Nice. So I'm going to remove the dry, all the dry signal. And then I'm going to EQ the delay signal, but not the original signal. And that's why Patcher is so cool. That and many other reasons, but that's one of them. Maybe you can't really notice the difference, but what's happening is that the delay doesn't have any low end now, which means it's not going to interfere with my bass and all the rest of my stuff that is already occupying that space in the spectrum. I could even give it a little more delay now because it's okay. And I'm gonna separate it even more stereo-wise to give it a little more. Where is my stereo thingy? Stereo shaper. There you go. That's what I was looking for. So I'm gonna route it onto that now. How do I do it? Okay. So now that effect is EQ'd and it's separated. Do you notice the difference? It's, you know what, it actually sounds pretty nice dry as well. It has its charm. I'm not gonna deny it. Alright, I think this might be too much effect, so I'm just gonna, here on the lead channel on the mixer, I'm just gonna go and reduce the patcher effect a little bit with this knob right here. See? Okay, perfect. Just a little bit. We don't want too much. We want to be subtle, because subtlety is very, very useful. You never want too much of anything unless you intend a certain exaggerated effect by it. That's my rule of thumb. I don't know if you want to call it that, but that's the way I perceive it anyway. Okay, let's listen to this in the song's context. That's beautiful. Okay, we still got to work on these parts right here. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to merge these once again. See, I do a lot of merging and chopping up, merging and splitting, merging and splitting. I go back to the pattern picker and erase the channels. I mean the patterns I'm not using anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge these again. Now I can look into the pattern and take a look at what's going on. When I press here, I can see the whole picture. I can do something on this part too. Yeah, I don't see why not. Now I want to add some harmonies into this. Let's see how that sounds. Doesn't sound like anything because this instrument is mono, is in mono right now. And probably legato too. What it means is that you cannot play two notes at the same time. Let's see if I can change that real quick. Where is it? Poly. There you go. So now it should be working. These, when I try to add these harmonies. Okay, beautiful. It works. Okay, so this, alright, so this is the part that doesn't have it yet. And so I'm gonna steal this bit right here and I'm gonna apply it to the lead, go back to the lead. And that's probably gonna be, that's definitely gonna be an octave down. I think I prefer harmonizing like this. I wonder if it changes here or not. Let me see. Let me consult the original song. I'll be right back. Stick around, guys. Just a moment. Fell again. Back again. Okay, where was I? I was gonna check out the song. That's right. Got completely lost. Okay, I want to listen. I want to hear this. Oh, right. It's muted. Okay. Yeah, I think I like the bass this way. It's an arrangement. Why not? It doesn't have to be exactly the same. Alright, so let's go to this part now, to what we're calling the chorus here. Good coffee. Gotta go to the pitch. Add a little bit of oscillation. This is alt O, and this is what it does. This is what it does. It's an oscillator. An LFO, low frequency oscillator. What it does is it oscillates. In this case, it could oscillate the volume. In this case, it's oscillating the pitch precisely. We want less. So now it sounds more like a real. It doesn't sound like a real flute, but like it sounds nicer to the ear because it has a certain vibrato to it, which I just added artificially. Someone is asking me if the LFO events is an FL20 feature. No, it's been around for many years. It's not a new thing by any extent. But this is not working too well. And the reason is the original patch already has some modulation to it. So what I have to do is I have to edit the patch itself inside of M1. Let's see if I have the skills to do this. It's probably gonna take me some time to find it. Let's see. It didn't. What do you know? It's just not working with my keyboard for some really strange reason. Anyway, I'm gonna press this button right here where the mouse is, and I'm gonna jerk this around a little bit, and now, no, didn't recognize it, I guess. I gotta do this manually. I'm gonna go browse parameters, and I'm gonna go to the mouse wheel controls, which is MIDI CC number one, exactly. So we're gonna do edit events. Gotta open the piano roll so that I can edit this in the piano roll, so I can see what's going on at the same time. Alright, so I want some modulation right here to begin. Perfect. Yes. Good. So now I'm gonna edit the events, and I'm gonna copy these, no, not copy and paste, but really just duplicate, which is Control B. When you have something selected, it just duplicates that over. Good. All right, so 11. Gonna add a little bit of reverb to this. I think I'm gonna leave it. Let's see. Cut the lows a little bit. Stereo separation right here. Gonna put it completely separated. Alright, let's make it a little bit more dynamic. And how? By changing the velocities once again of every note. Like, imagine an actual, like a real person is playing this instrument. They're gonna play the notes at different volumes, if you want to call it that. Right here it's called velocity. And if you manage to simulate that through the editing of, you know, of these velocities, you can achieve a result that's a little closer to realistic, at least in terms of transmitting emotion. You know what I mean? It makes it feel a little bit more human. So now I'm going to edit the pitch a little bit because I want to give it some pitch bending. Let me fix this up. Really like how this is bending right here, so I'm gonna fix it a little. Ah, no. Press the wrong button there. It sounds a little bit like Donkey Kong would on the Super Nintendo, right? Donkey Kong Country was playing that yesterday. You guys hear it? Pretty cool. Alright, so I'm gonna copy this over to the other side. Not bad. But this needs something else. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be lazy and just clone this lead. It's in the same mixer channel. I'm gonna cut this out of here, paste it onto here, onto the copy I made. Which I also need to do that with the pitch event. So select everything, cut. Go here, let me see the pitch. Yeah, but I want it to be a little lower. Okay. I'm gonna edit to a new channel because I want different effects for this one. AKA, I want it to be a lot wetter in terms of reverb. Cut out the dry signal a little bit and just leave the wetness. You got the difference? Alright, so now I'm gonna clone it once again, and I'm gonna rename this just because I want the M1 again, and this is an M1 right now. I'm gonna change the name to Bell. I want to add a bell because the bell is gonna make it sound sweet. This is like a sweeter, slower part, and the bell is definitely gonna help achieve that feeling. Okay, so we need this in a new channel also. I'm gonna copy this melody right here, and the bell is gonna be our main instrument in this section of the song. It still has the old sound. I'm gonna change it to perfect. This one is perfect. It does the job perfectly. I kind of just need the attack anyway. Let's just duplicate this, and it's definitely gonna give the song some depth. I don't know if you noticed, I'm gonna do it again. I duplicated this line, and the part that I duplicated, I put it one octave up to reinforce it, and now I'm gonna shift the whole thing just a little bit to the side, and notice the difference before and after. It's a touch more magical. Before, way more square and more magical now with the shift after. That adds personality to your, little stuff like that adds a lot of personality to your music. Listen to it all together. I already know it's gonna sound good because I've done this, probably done similar combination before. How cool is that, right? So you notice the bell is the centerpiece of the song right now, and this lead that I duplicated is a little lower in volume and drenched in reverb and a little bit more in the background, and it's just there to offer support to whatever is the main thing right now, which is the bell. And now the strings are gonna offer more support on this second part. I'm just gonna bring up the volume a little bit. See? Let's hear it in context now with the rest of the song. The sillier part here. And there you go. Alright, so I added some new elements to this part before, which means I'm gonna replace it again, copy and paste. There you go. Alright, so at this point we have a lot done, and this is when I start. This is when I get a list. Let me see, notes. I get my sticky notes right here. I'm not gonna sign in. And this is when I'm gonna start listening to the song countless times and taking notes of the things that I think need to be changed. So the first thing I'm gonna do is activate the original track and give it a good listen to see if I missed any notes or did anything in a way that is very, like, is too different from the original. Because remember, this is an arrangement, so I take liberties, but I said that at the beginning of the stream. Here it goes. You know something? I just noticed there's a very nice arpeggio going on in this section that I should totally recreate. I don't know if you can hear it. Alright, let's recreate that real quick. So I'm just gonna, I don't know why not, I'm just gonna add another M1 here. And I'm probably really just gonna add a square sound here. It's already available to me, so I don't need to. This is good. I'm gonna remove the whole ends, make it a little tighter. Even this flanger, I don't know that I need it. Okay, let me listen to this again. Okay, I got it. Let's go. So it's just this repeating 3 times. And it kind of goes like, I'm going to duplicate it. It goes like this. And I think I want it at a higher pitch over here. Perfect. Yes. All right. Okay, that works. Let's call it arpeggio, or arp is fine. And give it a random color. Yellow is cool. And now we're gonna make it fit, which means a little lower in volume. Doesn't need much low frequencies. That's all we want. Now, probably a little bit of reverb. Very short too, but pretty wet. Very short decay. See, as I remove the dryness, it starts going to the background a little bit more and more. Bringing back the dry signal. So this is probably as noticeable as I want it to be in the context of the whole song. And gonna stereo it up a little bit so you can hear it on the side. Bring it up just a tad bit and let's hear it in the context of the song. You see how it's still there, but it's not the main thing that you think about. It's not the main thing that jumps at you. The melody is. It's because of how it all fits together. This is there, but it's like that guy in the back that's like trying to appear in the camera. Let's hear it with the rest of the song now. That was a good idea to bring back that. Let's change up the strings a little bit here. Namely, the variation of the chords, just to make it a bit stronger at this particular section. Chilias, you spoil me. Thank you so much, and I'm glad it motivates you, and I hope it motivates everybody watching right now, and maybe possibly teach you a thing or two, depending on your degree of experience. So why am I adding these notes right here? It's to give a little bit more weight and strength to the song before it jumps into the next section. Treven Audio, thank you so much, my friend. That's a very generous contribution. I really appreciate it. And that's, you know, those are very kind words. You guys are a great audience, and you know, I'm having a blast. Okay, so you guys want the progressive power, right? You won't leave me alone if you don't get. And of course, you know, I'm here for you, and this is all for you guys. So obviously, I'm gonna make it happen. Although, just on this section right here, probably, and very subtle also, because this is all about subtlety, like I said before. You know, balance is very important, and little details and little changes here and there go a long way, and you know, in the long run. So let me get that progressive power you guys love so much. Yes, here it is. Let's call it that. Brass of power. This part right here and add it to the and not bass. I was gonna say bass, but no, I mean brass. Brass. Turret 3471, thank you so much for your very generous contribution. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay, gonna make this unique and change it. And why am I removing this hat at the end? Because the drummer needs both of his hands to do this little flam. And why are we keeping the tambourine? Because I'm assuming somebody else is playing the tambourine and not the drummer. Little crash. Listen to what it does. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna change the drums on this part right here. Yeah, yes I will. I'm gonna make it more surfer-like. So So instead of a hi-hat, I want a ride. Okay, exactly. Just for that part right there, and a little clapping, because we're gonna clap for all the doctors in the world, and all the nurses and all the first responders. This is us clapping for you, for the excellent job you've been doing and for being out there risking your lives for us. So here it is. That's us clapping. There you go. Let's listen to it. All right, so okay, we got a lot of stuff. Done here. Let's now start taking notes of the stuff that needs to be changed. All right. All right. So far I have a few notes that a few things that I want to address. Thank you, Chilius. So I want to add more oomph to those stabs at the beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down add oomph. I know what that means, to the intro, and that's probably going to be accomplished by adding some brass of power. There's a lot of power. Adding some brass to those notes. All right, cool. So that's what I want at the intro. Okay, I feel like I need to change the drums. I'm not even gonna write it down, I'm just gonna go straight to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and merge them. Control G. And Dwayne Tamp says, don't have much money to give away, but I wanted to say I love your music, especially the album. P.S. You can't say my nickname out loud. I think I just did, didn't I? Dwayne Tamp? Didn't I? You're right, I can't. But thank you so much for the contribution. And I'm glad you're watching. Thank you. You know what? I know what I want here. It's asking me, this song is asking me for a certain instrument. So I think I know what it wants. Perfect. This is it. This is the sound I was looking for. This is why it's so important to have your sounds organized. So when you remember a certain sound that you have, you can go and fetch it right away. You don't lose a lot of time. And look how cool this is going to sound in here. Of course, you don't want the whole length of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it in half, kind of thing. And okay. Now you got a little fun thing in there. I want something else there, like a boing, doing, boing, boing, boing. So I was taking notes. Like I told you, I listened to the song 1,000,000 times. And yeah, this is the process. If you wanted to see how it's done, this is how it's done. Here at home anyway. Okay. Okay, a brass could be fun here. Just gonna copy this. I'm just gonna copy these notes right here. I'm gonna go to the brass of power. And I'm gonna okay, cool. Okay, so this part could have a little string playing the role of a pad, just to give it a little more, give it a kind of a bed, musical bed to lay on. I'm gonna keep it here and not an octave lower because I want to give the bass, the low end, some space in my mix. And you're going to see how much difference this is going to make. It's going to make a ton of difference, and it's very subtle. One thing you have to remember is that in the song, not everything can shine at the same time. You have to give different instruments an opportunity to shine, and the rest is just what's the word? Accompanying? Is that how you say it? So it's very subtle, but listen. There is a difference. Listen, without it, Now with this subtle thing. So it's there. Playing a bigger role than you might have imagined. Okay, I don't need this right now. Too much. Just too much. Let's make sure the notes don't overlap, because then they won't play. So this is very subtle stuff, you know what I mean? It's just that little bit of without width. In the context of the song, when you go from the first part of the verse onto the second part of the verse, you're gonna notice a difference in richness, if you want to call it that. Listen, here comes. Okay, so the arp is here. I'm gonna change the color real quick to yellow and call it what it is, which is arp. And it's still a little too loud. So what's going on here that I noticed? From the verse to the chorus, there's too big of a jump in terms of how many instruments are doing things at the same time, which is a bunch of them, which is fine because it's the chorus. That's definitely where I intended to put the most energy of the song, but that that power needs to, well, in this case at least, needs to escalate a little bit more for me from the verse to the chorus. So that's what we're gonna try and bridge right now. See, this part is pretty empty in terms of instruments, and then it just blows up into this crazy chorus thing. So here I want to add a little something. This is fine. Cool. Okay, let's address this right away. I know I should be taking notes, but I'm kind of just going to fix it as I go so you don't have to listen to the song as many times. Let's add some oomph to the intro. So I want to add some stabs to the, I'm going to take the bass and add it to the brass, the same exact notes playing at the same time. Just a different note. Very staccato here. More. Because we want it to be very, very snappy. And this brass needs to be It needs to be placed more towards the back for sure. I'd like to thank you guys once again, those of you that are sending me contributions. If you can't, I totally understand, and I've been just as happy to have you here. But to those of you that have, please know that it means a lot, especially during these hard times. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. See, now it's gonna have a lot more power now. Not just because of the brassive power, but I'm gonna add some fifths here to the piano. Yeah. See, there's a big difference there. Okay, we could add a little crash here too, which I forgot to do before. This. Good enough. Max email, T, thanks for all your great work and making your process so transparent for other musicians to study and dissect. Thank you so much, Max. Thank you for your contribution. That's very, very kind of you. And I'm very glad that it's helping you out in some way. So right now we're gonna add some harmony to this part, which I think is gonna give a pretty cool effect to it. Okay, so we're gonna edit these drums right here. I'm probably gonna post this remix on my channel afterwards. Alright, so let's create that bridge between the first verse and the chorus. And Brian Oliver just sent me $10. Thank you for relieving reliving my childhood through Hydro City Act. I say Hydro City. I don't know how you guys say it. That's how I personally say it. Some people like to say Hydrocity. That's perfectly fine with me. Whatever floats your boat. So that's my favorite track ever, and you made it better. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you think that. It's probably one of my favorite Sonic tracks too. So thank you, Brian. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the contribution. Means a lot. Thank you. So let's create that bridge between the chorus and the verse. And so to do that, I'm gonna be merging them, and we're gonna be working on this section that I have selected on song mode, which corresponds to this area right here, which I'm gonna open up, and I'm gonna use strings to establish a connection in somewhere. So as you can see, these little notes before the chorus are going to make a huge difference, because they're preparing you for the level of energy that's about to come. You know, it's not like all of a sudden, bam, the chorus just fell on your lap. No, you've had a preparation, you know what's coming, and your ears most likely going to welcome it and appreciate it. And now I could even change the bass. Now listen to the difference. See how it's a lot smoother? Just with that little change of the piano notes right before and in the string just coming in like that. Again, it's very, very subtle, but it's there, and your brain will hear it even if your ears don't, or even if you don't really know what's going on musically. You will definitely feel it, because we're receptive to that stuff. Brian Oliver once again saying thank you for making the music on Stardust Speedway Act 1. That could be an R&B classic for sure. Definitely 90s vibe for sure. Yes, it is. Thank you once again for your contribution. And as many of you probably guessed, I grew up in the 90s, and a lot of my first contact with music was whatever was popular at the time on the radio and such. And so I got of influences from it naturally. So Mellow Sonny 12 is also sending a contribution. Thank you so much. And he says it's not much, but thank you for the music that you've made. It's so good. Stay safe, Tiago. By the way, I love the Major Magnet OST. Thank you so much once again for your contribution and for your lovely words. Major Magnet was my first full-fledged soundtrack for a video game. I had only done smaller pieces here and there for small mobile games before that. And so Major Magnet was my first chance, my first shot to put a whole soundtrack together. It's a game that I still love very much until today. It's a shame it's not available in stores anymore, but it was a great game, great experience, and I miss it. I miss playing it, and I also wish that game had a bigger legacy than it did. But yeah, it was my first experience, so it has a very special meaning to me. So this transition, very subtle, makes all the difference. Alright, so this part, we wanna, since it's the second time this part is playing, we gotta make it unique, even though I think it already is. Yeah, already is. Okay, so now we wanna Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this thing that I modified once again. And that's just how it goes. Goes around in circles, just like that. Oh, wrong part, I think. Yeah, I copied the wrong part. Yeah, I did. I copied the wrong part. This is what I want right here. But I'm gonna keep this ending because it doesn't have that crazy bridge into the chorus, which we don't need, right now, because it's not going into a chorus this time around. It's going into the final part, so we want it to be slightly different. Perfect. Gotta get these two, and it looks like I missed one of the donations, and it was deny with temp again. Oh, I wish I could pronounce that, but I can't. Probably can't. I don't know, maybe I said it right, but I don't think so. And it says, "It's me again. People in the chat are asking if you could create a Discord server. What do you think about that?" That's something to think about, to be honest. I haven't given it too much thought. I don't know how much longer we're going to be in this quarantine situation, so you know, now that I have a little bit more time, not a lot, but still have a little bit more than usually, that may be something that I could create. We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of merged here and it's getting a little confusing, so at some point I'm going to rename the whole thing. So right now I have this new pattern that I just created by merging two others, and okay, so here we're going to add a little bit more brass just because it's the second time it plays and we want to keep it interesting. Okay, then. gonna add the bell to this part, because why not? Wow, that was incredibly bad. So lots of layering, guys. Layering is key to having a thick sound. Thick sound, is that a good way to put it? Full sound. To have a full sound. Yeah. And obviously to create parts that complement each other and not fight each other. It's very important. It's crucial. So now I want a little crash for over there. I already have one here. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm gonna make it unique and use this crash here. Okie dokie. For this part, we got to make it a little bit more interesting. I'm using my MIDI keyboard, speed it up just a little bit. And this is what we got. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's copy and paste this over here. Now over to the other side. That's on the right, and to the right. And now this piano can have another octave added to it, just to create some more dramatic effect. Okay. So it starts like this. Okay, so let's address this situation right here. Something like that in Dragon Ball Z, I know that for sure. It's something similar. Now this is not what I want. I think that's it. So what I'm doing here is creating a little bit of dissonance. What is dissonance? Is when the keys don't sound too harmonically pleasing together. See, it feels like a wrong note. And what that does is it creates a certain feeling of displeasure to the listener, which causes the song to sound more dangerous, if that makes any sense. This is why you see so much of that when you are watching, like, or see, rather hear so much that happening whenever you're watching like a horror movie or an action movie, and you have that dissonance going on. Those sounds that are not very pleasing at all, and they make you uneasy, and that's what this is meant to do. A sense of urgency is, like Foxlit said here in the chat. I caught it in the corner of my eye, and that's probably a good word. Not so much urgency, maybe distress is a better word for it, you know. And this is not in the original song, but it adds a little more tension to it. And here I might add another octave and just shift it a little bit to looks like I changed the key switch by mistake. Even though tremolo is a good idea for this, let me see if I can. But that would involve some other stuff right now that I don't want to get into. Okay, I'll change it in the end. Just remind me to change it to tremolo if I don't remember. And now we're gonna use some more dissonance and see how it sounds. See how it sounds like it's a... Let's pull a Castlevania Game Over. You heard that? That's dissonance right here. It's like, wow, is it out of tune? What's going on over there? Just... Let's create a little arpeggio to generate some more tension here. Huh? How's that? All right, let's listen from the beginning, see if we can take a few more notes. We already have a pretty good thing going on here. I wonder how long I've been streaming now. You guys know? Is there a way to see? Let me see. How long has it been? Do you know? 2, 3 hours? 4? FL Studio will tell me right now. Let's go to the project. Info. 3 hours and 46 minutes I've spent on this track, this remix. All right, let's listen to this from the beginning and see what else we can find. All right, let's add something to the beginning, to the intro. And this is the electric piano. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna leave just the bass on this part. Tap, tap, bam. That's gonna make a little... There's a wrong note here. Okay, let's see how that sounds. Perfect. Gotta cut that part out. Do you see how sometimes less is more? I just cut out something that I had at the intro, and now it's like the song has a little bit more personality right there. Interesting, isn't it? Now I just wanna... You know what? I think I'm gonna leave this original track. I'm gonna leave it in the background, since we're not gonna be telling this. I don't think it matters. It's just gonna give a little oomph to the overall. I think we got it. You know what, guys? I'm listening to this, and I think it got to the point that I could probably change other things, but there's nothing that I'm dying to change here that really is hurting my ear in any way. And usually that's a sign for me that the song is either ready or almost ready. And this one is ready for mixing. Would be possibly, with the exception of perhaps, you know, sanding here and there, just rounding up everything, making sure that everything sounds good. Without doing any of that, it sounds pretty good to me. So now I fused all the tracks together, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here and select and use tracks, which is all of them except for this one, because, you know, well, this one and then this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna delete all of this because we don't need it anymore. Well, I should probably save this project to see. Now we only have 4 patterns. It's really clean. This project is really clean, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna rename this right here to Dr. Mario, and I'm gonna utilize this function called split by channel. Yeah, so it's gonna split this pattern by channel by channel, and then what we're gonna get will look a lot more than what you would see on you know, some of the most popular DAWs out there, or, you know, some of the most popular methods of composing, and you'll see why I'm saying this in a second. So, not composing, I meant tracking. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add the drums to a channel in the mixer. Let's see every channel here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is go to tools and macros, and we're gonna select and use channel. So any channel that's not being used is gonna be selected. It's gonna be highlighted right now for me. And there you go. There's 3 that are not in use, so I'm gonna go ahead and Alt delete and delete them. And now I'm gonna add these 2 channels that are not assigned to the mixer. I'm gonna assign them just by pressing Control L. Each one of them is gonna go to a different mixer channel. And now I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna sort them by track number. Here you go. So it looks a little more organized now. Rename some of this stuff. This is, what do I call it? Well, first and foremost, I probably should save this. Dr. Mario. Remix. Okay, cool. Alright, that's pretty cool. On guitar, everything has. I'm just gonna rename this to original, and this one I'm gonna call. Oh, they're the same. So original 2, I don't care. It's good. So what else do I want from here? Nothing else. Everything is assigned to the mixer, and the project is saved. Oh, right. So now I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna right click on top of this Dr. Mario pattern that I kind of created by fusing all the others together, and I'm gonna do split by channel. So everything is split by channel, and you can have a much deeper look into what's going on and make some last minute changes and see the big the important thing about this is to see the big picture, like what's going on. For example, here I can see that oh, those were overlapping still. Hold on, let me change a color. I like yellow for brass, obviously. The reason is obvious. This is the drums track, so I'm gonna rename it to drums. Perfect. All right, so now the guitar, you're gonna change the color of this M1 guitar that we're using here. Red is fine, and the bell should be definitely be a different color, like a very angelic color. So the EP is gonna have to be something a little sexier. Oh, what's going on? Change color to I like that. That's fine. And the drums are fine. That is all fine. Okay, cool. So let's listen one last time. Okay, these effects right here can use a little, well, these sounds can use a little bit of effect. So gotta put them both in the same channel and just reverb the ish out of it. That's good. Let's go from the beginning. Okay, so the brass could be, I feel like the brass could be doing something that it isn't doing over there. And right now I'm just nitpicking, of course, you know, as you can probably tell, most of the song is already done, and I could just edit little stuff forever and never get out of here, but obviously can't be here forever, right? Ta 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 ta. And this time around we're gonna go up a little bit. And I would say that's all we need, aside from mixing and mastering, which is a completely different thing, and it's probably something I could, let me just bring my face back now, because I'm speaking to you guys. I like to look you in the eyes when I'm talking to you. So here I am. So yeah, let's listen once more, this time with my face filling up the screen. just once more. And yeah, I was saying, maybe we can do a different episode mixing this stuff. Again, I'm not a mixing engineer. I'm not a professional when it comes to that process. But you know, I can do it my own way, and I don't think it sounds bad at all. So you know, maybe there's some tricks that some of you can obtain from watching an episode like that. So let's listen to the song one last time, guys. I want to say thank you to you all. Thank you for showing up for this stream. It's been a great time. I was a little nervous to do it at the beginning because I don't stream all the time. It's not something I'm really used to. But then I really eased into it, and you guys make it really easy for me to feel comfortable doing something like that, like this rather. Like I said, I have some time, not too much time on my hands right now, so I might do another stream along the next few days or a few weeks. Maybe, like I said, maybe we can pick this up and mix it and you know, finish it. But yeah, thank you so much once again for your contributions. It was very important. It means a lot to me. It's very important to me. Like I said, me and so many other musicians. If you have musicians that you really like, I think this is the time to show them your support, because our industry is obviously, as you know, suffering from it. Many of us musicians make a living with live performances, so obviously during this period of time that's off the table, and so there's many people suffering from that. So I say keep them in your mind and support them, because we musicians and artists in general need it more than ever, I would say. So yeah, I think I thanked everybody for everything. So let's listen to the song one last time before we go, guys. Once again, it was a big pleasure, and let's do this again. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. Let's go crazy with it now. And that's all, guys. Thank you so much once again for coming. Let's Anthony Santos, one last contribution before leaving. AT, the remix is a bop. As usual, been listening to you since Sonic 12 remixes. Hope everything goes okay for you and that you stay safe. Thank you so much, Anthony. That means a lot, and thank you for your contribution. Also, Sysconic. That's Cisco and Sonic. Probably your name is Francisco, I'm assuming. Well done, he says. Thank you so much. €2. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you, guys. You are the best, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.